Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Yes, no? Maybe? Dude, my everything hurts today. I am so out of shape. But I did go for a heckin' walk yesterday. Walked like, I don't know, 2.5 miles. Or something. And that was after exercising a whole lot prior. I usually get like an exercise session in while making food and whatnot. So I like had done that. And then I did my and then I had dinner and then I went down for a walk. Went down to the sports field and walked the track. Walked for like an hour straight. And I was feeling fine until I stopped walking. Oh, I want to talk about something that I've been thinking about. I have a lot of thoughts when it comes to this game. And one of the more prevailing thoughts is that fixing it to make everyone happy isn't as difficult. And I know, but like, hear me out. First off, there's a lot of people today, which makes me really happy. But yeah, hear me out. So there's the whole party community, right? Go in here and see, you do other. Here's a club. 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 Cafe. Club. Okay? A lot of these people are like super heavy mod users, right? like, of the club scene. Let me be clear here. Not any of those people specifically. But, like, we know from, like, videos of... we know because of videos like the seedy underbelly of... Is it called the seedy underbelly of Party Finder? I don't recall. There is a 3-part series about like the excessive modding that certain corners of the community takes part in. And not gonna lie, I don't even fucking care. I don't think that alone is... I don't think that alone is the problem. I know a lot of people are like, oh, but oh my god, remember the beach party of like 2021 or whatever, which was really heckin' funny because it was like super against terms. But like, I don't think that the RP scene is the problem. I think there are potential for good. You can say what you want or like think what you want about the RPers, but the RPers are the ones who will stay on regardless of like discourse. And I think we fail to understand that sometimes. It's like all like, but you have to cater to the hardcore players or the hardcore raiders or the story people or the casuals or something like that. For like, everyone is always talking about content. Which I think content is important and serving the broadest amount of people with types of content really good, objectively good. However, I also think there's small things you can do as a developer to make stuff like modding less trash. You know? You can make like well, first of all, I understand that, like, Japanese game modding is, like, literally against the law, so they have to take, like, a pretty firm stance on it. However, the rule says nothing about, it says everything about, like, modifying the game and modifying game files out of what is, like, essentially available to you, which is why the, like, Yokohama VGC controversy happened. You get people you got so many people coming to Worlds with, like, Gen Mons that, well, well, it wasn't as much as half, but, like, a good percentage of everyone who was checked was sent home. And they even warned ahead of time that, like, don't do this. Japan rules strict. And they are strict. And they're strict for a reason. But it's missing the point. I think that if you... Obviously, with any type of content modification acceptance, there will always be someone who's breaking the rules. Like, always someone who's pushing it slightly further than it should be pushed. Which, you know, annoying, but whatever. It is what it is. I think a major problem in all of that is when you have, like, a total blanket no. You know? I think people are more interested in breaking... Well, they are less worried about, like, how far they're pushing their custom content. If their own creations are punished the same way as, like, stealing the Monk Station items are. But I think that if you could go here, you could buy a, let's see, we'll do this. You could buy something, like, down here. Or, like, 3 of something. That was fully intended to be replaced by custom content. And then have it be a competition. Have it be a running competition. So let's do, like... I know I don't have... Even at peak, I do not have the viewership for, like, Yoshida to see how I would fix the thing and listen to it. And that's fine. But I do think that talking about it is important still. I think that now with like the now more than ever with the new end game character page, I think if there ever was a time to start caring about, or like start including the custom content creators, now is the time. But like, I don't know, make it a fucking contest. Be like, here are 3 sets of whatever herders, shepherds, whatever. These are the items that you're using if you're gonna make custom content. At the end of the month, whichever custom content from this page was downloaded the most, we will take those game files and we'll make them gear. I also think that, like, being open to custom content is a way to get people to mod in. It's a way to get people to mod in their own creations instead of, like, extracting the Mog Station files. If you're like, if you're Square Enix and you're Creative Studio 3 or whatever the fuck they're called, and you go, guys, make your custom content, but make it custom. No more Mog Station cheating. Make your own stuff, make it custom, make it good. I think that will reduce some of the problems that we're currently having. Well, not that we're currently having, but that Square Enix is currently having with custom content being, with Mog Station items being a not insignificant portion of custom content. Because, like, right now, there is no risk difference. You know? If I want to make custom content, which, like, fucking look at my character, why would I? There's so much good gear in game. But, like, use myself as an example. I also don't know how to design stuff in 3D space. I can barely draw, dude. Let's say I wanted to make a piece of custom content right now. Making custom content carries the same risk as porting Mug Station items. Literally, your own unique creation. Say there is something, there's something you really want in game that like currently doesn't exist in game, and you make that because you want your character to wear it. That carries the same risk as making ports of the paid glamours, which is insane. But I think a lot of problems that Final Fantasy is facing can be solved with like embracing the modding community in some capacity. Think from what I understand, there is like launchers that you need. If you want to mod. You know what else those launchers do? They more consistently connect to Final Fantasy servers. They have the option to run in the background and like stay logged in. They have a lot of like small quality of life things that just doesn't exist. Auto updating, for instance, because it's always running in the background pre-logged in, it just auto updates your game. And it doesn't fail half the time. And then there's the... Oh, someone was talking about like how... I saw someone on Twitter be like, oh, now that plugins are restored. The amount of clears of whatever content has skyrocketed. And while, sure, you can contribute that to like Cactbot or Splatoon? Is that what it's called? I don't actually know enough about the modding auto macro stuff. I just genuinely don't know. I think it's Splatoon that like helps with like raid markers and timers and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like while the game is developed, to be played without plugins, I understand why someone needs plugins. Because, like, the accessibility features, for instance, they're dog shit. There is also a lot of people who play across the world because they have international friends from other games. And playing on like a bajillion ping is not great. Dude, FC estate access is kind of weird. So it used to be that if it was off, people in the FC or people in that role of that is FC couldn't access the house if it was off. then some fucking crazy dude locked their FC members out of the house so they couldn't quit the they couldn't leave their FC. So they had to disable the feature. But I feel like that is one of those features that will be activated again at some point, maybe. Okay, currently it's been 30 minutes of me yapping about how Square Enix should help themselves by helping the modding community. So I've just been running around here. The Butterfinger emote, or mount. I have that too. I think that, so back to like the conversation of like quote unquote fixing Final Fantasy. I think that while including the modders is very important, I think they also need to see what kind of mods are being used. Like the launchers that are much more they're just like more stable. I still think that there should be like there should be a firm line in the sand somewhere. I'm absolutely not saying like let the modding community run wild, because like you will get like auto macroed out the ass and get like this super mega noob friendly raiding mods or plugins, and I don't think that should be the goal. Like, that is going too far. But I think that custom content and the quality of life stuff, like the fact that my clothing and my hair on my character is dependent on what frame rate I get is insane. Or rather, if that's gonna be the case, lock body frame rate. Which someone is gonna say that, oh my god, that is not possible. Someone has done it for free. It runs the game at whatever the fuck frame rate you can handle, and it locks your character frame rate, only your character, to 60 FPS. But yeah, they with all the things going on now, with the new screen and everything. Yo, Fox, are you still here? Define here. Could you... Okay, I'll hopped on. Could you grab me any kind of picture of the new activity tab? I mean, I can find it myself, probably. But if you could, like, just grab an article or something. What picture now? Any article that talks about the new activity tab in Final Fantasy Come Evercold. This game, dude. The thing we talked about that looked like that they made fun of, Codry Fox made fun of, that looks like a mobile game progression thing. There was a thing in there that I want to yap about briefly. Do we need pictures? Ideally, yes. I can probably find it myself. Blah blah, do not consent. Here. It's from Icy Veins. I don't know if that is a reputable thing. But it doesn't matter what they wrote. I just care about the pictures. Was it character-focused design? Yeah, character-focused design is the one I wanted to talk about. If I post it from here, it should post to both. Yeah. So, if you scroll down this a little bit, actually, I can open image new tab, and then we can just like talk about this. Let me just... Why is my display capture not working now? Browser. Here we go. This thing. Character action skins. They talked about this in the Q&A on day 2. Where as you do your character upgrades and you work towards your like battle pass style, let me just find I'll find the tab again. As you work towards this thing, you will unlock like new emotes and new music and like different rewards on your gear progression journey. There's a mount, there is an emote, there is music, there is something. I don't really know what this is, and I don't know what this is. These are mount tomes, it looks like. Anyway, as you work towards this with your missions and stuff, you inevitably unlock like different emotes and stuff. And the emotes you unlock in here will not only be like regular emotes, they will be these things. Character action skins. Some of the character action skins that you can get in the game, so some of them will be for like, oh, you main black mage, so you get like a new casting animation. It'll probably be that fancy one that I think it's Yustola has, which has her like floating as she casts the thing. Anyway, in the Q&A, they asked, will Final Fantasy ever get like race-specific battle stances and stuff the same way that Final Fantasy XI does? And Yoshida like fucking did a double take and was like, battle stance, like this thing. Like this thing. And Koji Fox, I believe it was Koji Fox, was like, yeah. You know how they're like specific for the specific races in Final Fantasy XI. And then he goes like, oh yeah, no, that wouldn't really make sense for us to do. However, there is things like the teleportation animation. Which like it looks the same, and it's looked the same for like 16 years. this is stuff we can put in the character action thing in the future. And that made me think about all the cool things that I have seen on Twitter of like people making custom job specific teleports and stuff. And like meme related ones, and there was one that if you transport out as if you teleport out as a scholar or summoner, you like panic, drop your book, run out, fucking fall on your face, and as you fall on your face, the like little teleport effect happens, and it's really good. This is stuff where you could pretty easily show appreciation for the people who are making like custom animations and stuff. Like, I feel like once a thing gets like certain traction, I think a lot of people want it, but I also think that a lot of people aren't gonna engage with it because it's out of game. But I think that if Square Enix had a way to like gauge animations and stuff, because like they're full animations, they're tied to the correct thing, it's fully developed. If they could just like reach out to these custom content creators and be like, yo, how much? You made something really cool, how much? How much for us to implement thing? Cause like, it's already made. It already has the necessary injects to like replace a previous emote and so on. Like, I feel like there should be a push from like the custom content people. I would love to see that actually. The people who do like custom gear and custom hair, and the people who does custom animations, and the people who do like optimizations to code. I would love for them to come together and reach out to Square Enix and be like, yo, we've fixed all these problems. Let's help each other help each other. Put them in as like contract workers, or put them in as like commission workers or whatever. You don't need someone working full time on some of this stuff, right? take a lightweight browser that doesn't call upon like fucking Internet Explorer, but is its own contained thing that just works. Take one of those, for instance, and just be like, yo, I want your shit. It's working really well. I want to buy your stuff so we can, like, officially support and provide this. Or even better, have like a hard line in the sand. Like fucking instead of sand, pour like concrete and draw a line. And be like, it's here and no further. You get to do ACT if you don't bully people. You can like fully use ACT if you just don't bully people with it. You get to use your custom content and develop custom content and whatever, as long as it doesn't infringe upon other copyrighted content or Mog Station items, which I think is a fair compromise. You get to make action mods like custom cast animations and custom whatever the case may be, as long as they don't infringe upon any other copyrighted material. There's so many creative people out there. Or even better, you could have them be like, make them Final Fantasy. Like, either Final Fantasy or unique. That is also an option. Finally drummed up the courage to start his new career. Nice. It is time I formally offered my services, and if it's not too much to ask, I would like you to bear witness. While the Pelu who visit Forlar's Echo do so primarily to sell their wares to us, we sometimes see fishers passing through on their way to Carvarhar the First. Regardless of their trade, surely there is at least one who will have need of my protection. Come, let's ask around. I don't know, my bottom line is that I think it's really important. While it sounds silly, I think it's really important that Final Fantasy development team caters to a broader audience. And I think a part of catering to a broader audience is to make a deal with custom content people. Take it you're friends with this man. He just offered to be my bodyguard, and well, I agreed without moment's hesitation. Truth be told, I've always wanted to hire a Yokoi warrior. but was afraid the mere suggestion would cause them to laugh in my face. Nothing would delight me more than to visit Carvar Harbor the first and fish my fill, but the place attracts a lot of mangy monsters. How am I to get any bites if I'm worried about something taking a bite out of me, eh? Can't wait to see how it goes. Come, let's get to it. I have heard that the unstable energy surrounding the lake seems to attract dangerous plant-like creatures. As this is my first bodyguard commission, would you join me? If I fall short in my duty, I should take comfort in the knowledge that you can defend the fisher in my stead. I was messing with glams yesterday, cause like I want something. I want something cozy for my. Actually, really like this. Not a big fan of shoes not being a color. But I do want something less made. I like the maid uniform. Don't get me wrong. I actually really enjoy that. That is one of the better store glams. Oh, it's on the other side of this. I was wondering where the fuck we're supposed to go. I really, really want to. There is this like pack of t-shirts on the mog station, which I really want to get because it comes in like a regular, like a slim fit, a oversized fit, and a tucked. There you are. As you can see, I've already dispatched one threat. It seems strangely aggressive. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but caution may be warranted. While the fisher and I lead the way, I ask that you watch our backs. He said and just fucking disappeared. What the fuck is that? Oh, that is... Note the presence of a marble seedling, yet see no sign of the creature that spawned it. Help! Cry from the Palu fisherman rings from out from the west. Silence which follows bodes ill. No, it's fine. I need to go to that chocobo companion thing and oh, you're actually wearing a full set for once. I mean, it's not a bad set. It's actually a really good set. Forgive me, it seems this task was too great for me alone. I sensed the beast here had been affected by the energy of this place, but did not anticipate that it might also see them grow to such prodigious size. But that is nothing more than an excuse. I failed my client and I'm unfit to be a bodyguard. Hey now, don't be ridiculous. You were so committed to protecting me that you didn't have a chance to fight back, that's all. Especially not after that nasty blow you took. Far as I'm concerned, you did exactly as promised. You kept me safe. That's exactly what I would expect from a bodyguard. I suppose it's a matter of perspective. How would you evaluate me? If the client calls it a success, I'm not going to argue. You heard the woman. Sure, there is always room for improvement, but overall it's a passing mark. Now then, with that brute out of commission, we ought to enjoy some peace and quiet for a while, yes? That settles it. I can't afford to let this opportunity slip off the hook. I'm going to fill my bucket while I still can. Even after that harrowing experience, you remain undeterred. You have strength of will that rivals that of any yokoi. See, what did I tell you? Feast your eyes on this hearty hole. When it comes to fishing, being able to concentrate makes all the difference, and I owe it to the two of you for standing watch. Now, to drag my bucket back to Warlar's Echo. How many more of these until we get what it actually unlocks? I'm wanting sale notices, but it might be worth actually just going back and resetting the hour-long ones. I see I've returned. Though I made a fool of myself, you stepped in to pick up the slack, and for that I must thank you. I shall reflect on this experience and use what I've learned to sharpen my skills. Doubtless it would not inspire much confidence in my future clients were they to see me falter as I did today. That's the spirit. You know, most of us grew up hearing the old stories that yokoi are as dangerous as they look, and a people to be feared. But you, my friend, you put your life on the line to protect mine, and that's a story I intend to share with my entire village. They'll see that you folks aren't so scary after all, and if they ever need the gentle giant to protect them, they should ask for Merfurler. Is this society quest? I know not what twist of fate led you to me, but I'm grateful. Not just for today, but everything you have done to help me. In hearing that fisherman's words, I realized the true reason I felt compelled to relinquish my post as Temple Guardian. A great honor though it was, deep down I yearned to protect not a place, but the people. The living who have yet to finish their stories and be enshrined in memory. Rest assured, your efforts to teach me will not go to waste. Henceforth, I am Merfurler the Defender, and will do everything in my power to build a relationship of trust with our good neighbors, the Pelu Pelu. Is in the market for a new client. We meet again. This occasion calls to mind a question I had been meaning to ask you. Do you recall the fisher who said he would sing my praises to his people? Boop. Wait, did you log out to come yap? How are you today? Rather than wait for his words to bring new clients to me, I want to take the initiative and travel to Washington Pelu to sell my services. However, I'm aware that many Pelu Pelu are still intimidated by my kind. You wouldn't happen to know any there who could use the bodyguard, one with whom you may have worked before. Done playing for now? Oh yeah. Merchant Nopely, you say. Perhaps you can make the journey to Washington Pelu and speak to him on my behalf. Do not mean to suggest you will be going alone. I shall descend the cliff and wait for you outside the village so as not to cause a disturbance. Good stuff, dude. He's like taking his stuff very, very seriously. Wait, did I? Do you have a... You can't be serious. That is so cute. Oh. You know, if you figure out that you want to come back and hang out, we will be here. I keep meaning to... I forgot what I was gonna say. Apparently, I don't mean to do whatever it was on a goddamn wire. Oh yeah, I keep meaning to learn the other movement style. Legacy. But I for some reason just can't learn it. And it's really annoying because like it is so much better for like doing content. Well, if it is no mega. Thanks again for helping me work things out with Kiki Molu. As for those corrupted crystals, I've stored them in awarded pots to contain their chaos energies. Good news is, I think I know just how to put them to use. Right, enough about me. Is there something I can do for you? You know, referring to the Defender. Of course I've heard of him. He's the Yokoi who saved one of our fishermen, right? Everyone's been talking about it. I would love to make his acquaintance. In fact, I might even have a job for him. How soon can we meet? Should be fairly close. What do you mean he came down the cliff? is Yokoi or something else. In any case, if he's nearby, then now is as good a time as any. Dude, I love this. Doing this 2 years ago. Or however long it's been. I took a bunch of screenshots because my mom, who plays absolutely no video games at all, was mega curious about what this game is like and how it looks and everything. So I did this really extensive guided picture tour. With everything I learned about every single place, and several pictures of the houses and the architecture and the shops and stood up here and got a picture of the entire town. It was a really, really fun thing for me to do, or experience, I guess. Cause Mom never did any games. I've actually tried to get her to try this. Because I think she would really appreciate that everything is optional activities. I see you have brought your friend. Noplay, was it? I thank you for the introduction. Noplay, I'm told you're a merchant by trade. If you should have the need of a bodyguard, I will gladly offer my services. Hi there. You know, I'd heard the rumors, but now that I've seen you in the flesh, I can tell you're every bit as stalwart as they say. This might just be a golden opportunity for us both. You see, I want to make a deal with the folks at Terwagger. I have no idea how to pronounce these words. Saltern. Thing is, people there are infamous for bullying the weak into buying their salt at outrageous prices. The no tends to invite vicious nectarlings, so it's strongly intimated. But hey, I like a good challenge, and as long as you have my back, I'm sure I needn't fear for my neck, right? So follow me. If you help, it seems I have already secured another commission, yet I must confess a feeling of unease. The Chirmager cling to the glory of old days, when the Okoya ruled over all. In their eyes, to wield violence and take that which they covet is right and true. Regardless, I shall do whatever it takes to keep Nobly safe. Did that path go, like... Maybe? It would make sense that it wouldn't be like that steep climb. But also, have you seen some of these treks? I understand that a lot of them aren't done with like... They're done by foot. Which is why every path is like fucking shaped like this. Like this is... Look at this thing. This is not a carriageway. Just wanted to barter. What offense is there in that? Greedy tongue this one has. The divine blessing is not for him. Surrender coin and be gone. By divine blessing they refer to a sultan. Nobly is in no position to bargain. Best course may be to retreat. You're here to protect and support him. I see now. My duty is not only to ensure his safety, but to ensure his success as well. Yes, I know it must be done. I am he who is named Merfurler, and he who lay hands upon this pale shall suffer the same violence tenfold. Merfurler, Temple Guardian, Slayer of many monsters. His stories all know. And that one is friend to Woklamot, who bested Vali Armanda on holy ground. Terribly sorry about this. I didn't mean to pressure anyone. Let's see if we can negotiate an agreement, and if not, the three of us will be on our way before you know it. Of course, I wouldn't waste your time if I was confident I could offer something worth your while. As we all know, the flames of Vali Armanda linger on in these parts, yes? Well, I have to imagine all that everlasting fire would have less than desirable effects on your crops and livestock. That's why you're forced to sell your salt at such high prices, yes? You have to make a living somehow. But what if I told you you can use these corrupted crystals imported from distant Eorzea to solve your woes? These crystals have the ability to change the elemental aspect of natural energies. By constructing a series of converters, you could turn those undying flames into nutrients for the soil and all sorts of other wonderful things. Possibilities are endless. You offered miracle crystals for salt? Words of gold hide black intent. Any merchant who wears this mask is sworn to uphold the peddler's code of honor. We at Peli pride ourselves on spreading joy through trade. This little trader protects his reputation with the same ferocity as you who protect the Holy Lands. See his truth and heed his words. Corrupted crystals turn fire to earth, fill soil with life, and Urkopatra with green. False promises all. Little one offers nothing for divine blessing. Begone. I will trust and trade divine blessing for your crystal. Cannot tell Shiwarger apart, but we met before for poor lore. Wolkamot saved me from the mountain bird. Oh yeah, I do actually remember that. Also, this is what I was talking about with like shit being wonky because of being tied to FPS. I still don't know, in a day and age. Okay, I understand that this game is old as shit, but like in a time where like every engine has like a global timer thing to tie stuff like this to, I will never understand why people decide to time it to frame rate. Destiny 2 does the same thing. You take more damage from velocity-based bullets and attacks if you're running a higher frame rate because the thing is moving faster. Because it's accelerating at a tick per frame. Or it's calculated on tick per frame. So if you're running 60 FPS, which the game is designed for, that is where you're doing the correct amount of damage. So if you reduce your frame rate to 30 FPS, you take less damage, and if you unlock your FPS, you take more damage. It's so stupid, and it results in like silly glitches like this, where like stuff that has weight just doesn't work. Those chains, they're stood out like straightforward because that is the maximum value of swing that they have. And the game is just counting your FPS as like this being in movement. So it's like always at the maximum. All gear is like this. You can try it yourself. You can go in and just like cap your FPS to like 30 or 60 and do like a dance emote or something and see like how smooth your clothing and hair and everything moves. Remember her and our death. The trader speaks wisdom too. He is worthy. My kin, they are slow to change, proud and afraid, but not forever. With time comes truth and proof and trust. Of all your many connections forged here in Thrall, never dreamed one of them would be with Chirwagger. Now then, we probably shouldn't wear out our welcome. Let's return to Warlar's Echo. Why are we going to the Echo and not to Pelu land? That don't make no sense. I was hoping I could cheat the thing and go down here. I wanted to go down here. I feel like I should be able to. The fact that this is closed is kind of stupid. What in the... Can I... True barding of light. What the fuck is this? It is so cool. That didn't go as well as I'd hoped. I only managed to trade one measly crystal for a fistful of salt. But if we look on the bright side, it was a small yet crucial step towards building a trade relationship with the Sultan, and to me, that's the biggest, wildest success I could have ever hoped for. Next steps, stock up on all the different kinds of corrupted crystals from Kigimolu, then try my hand at building an elemental converter. Just know I can find a market for these things one way or another. Plus, once the Cheerwogger see actual results, they're sure to come around. Yes, this is all thanks to you and your seemingly endless cavalcade of acquaintances. Last but certainly not least, I am grateful you were there to protect me, Referler. Meeting them in person was a lot scarier than I thought it would be, and well, were it not for you, I might have lost my nerve completely. Likewise, I was moved by your impassioned pitch. As a bodyguard, it was an honor to support such noble aspirations. You're making me blush. Anyway, I dare say I'll have plenty more work to offer you in the coming days, assuming you're up for it, of course. It was you who gave me the confidence to pursue a new line of work, and for that I will always carry your memory in my heart. I pray you carry mine in yours wheresoever your journey takes you. Dude, what do you mean I'm locked out of the next one? Oh. Skilled hand for an enormous task. Please note that the difficulty of this quest has been synced to your current level. Furthermore, you may not proceed with a class or job that is different from when you accept the quest. Okay. So, well, since that it's a chain that unlocks a chain. What the fuck, dude? I hate when this happens. But I think that means that this is a good place to take a short break. I'm turning into my chat. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna get up and move around a little. And I'll be back in just a little bit. Yeah. Thoughts, do you have ears? No. Okay. The 75 thing, it has everyone upset. Like everyone. It's not just like the WoW players. It has some of the Final Fantasy players annoyed as well. And it has like the WoW dieharders mad, and the Final Fantasy dieharders mad, and it upset everyone. It is kind of fascinating how everyone got upset by that. Because like half the Final Fantasy people are like, well, at least we don't have to pay that for our... Oh, it was hand, wasn't it? Does nothing to progress game or give advantage, so I don't care what to spend all the money. Yeah. But Final Fantasy players have been asking for instance housing forever. Because one, there isn't enough houses. First off, and two, it's just inconvenient to do it the way they have done it. And everyone was hoping that the Island Sanctuary would be instanced housing, which it kinda is, but also kinda isn't. So people are upset about like all the tools and everything, and the scaling and all the cool stuff that you can do in World of Warcraft with the housing. And some people are like, yeah, we might have some limitations, but at least we're not paying $75 to get a house. That doesn't look like all the other standard houses. And then World of Warcraft people are like, okay, but we're not renting. So like, shut the fuck up. Oh wait, I can probably use this to trying to progress some of my stuff. Leather worker, maybe. Please don't be a long quest train. Traveler from across the salt, greetings. You may call me Farafar. You seem the type to have friends all along the width and breadth of our continent. Do you by chance know any particular skilled artisans? If you could introduce me to them, I would be eternally grateful. You are adept at crafting? Well then I'm luck, as is all of Warlar's Echo. We are under threat, you see, and require the help of one such as you to survive. It's about, like, boring armor or something, isn't it? A great avalanche has swallowed the place known as Sigorthe the Open-Armed, once home to Sacred Altar and its keepers, although thankfully uninhabited at the time. I fear this was no accident. Now, this destruction was caused by the snow spirits of Arcopatra. While we Yokoi lived in harmony with these spirits for generations, they have as late become possessed by an inconsolable rage. None know why, and attempts at reason have only stoked their anger further. There is, however, a way to quell the spirits, a ceremony known as the Pact, which must be performed at the altar, which was once so carefully maintained. An old friend taught me this. Therein lies our problem. The avalanche swept away much of the altar and its surroundings. We must repair it quickly so the rite can be performed. If we fail, all of Arcopatra may succumb to the spirit's wrath. I like a challenge, but I want to see what I'm working with first. That is to be expected. Very well, let us visit what little remains. It will help you understand more clearly what is at stake. To the south of Rolar's Echo, you'll find stairs leading to the ritual site. The guard at the top will allow us passage up the mountain. Yeah, no, I'm of the same. Like, if you want to spend money, spend money. I think it's a value thing, right? So they have trolls here as well. Pretty sure they're called the Yokoi. I see. I assumed it'd be same like the Mamolja. I love that these two are just like fucking traveling around. Okay, but what if we played Final Fantasy XI though? I feel like the game is just bullying me at this point. Okay, good. Before we cross the pass, might I ask your name? Well, wait, the very same Omega who fell Falling Armando? My apologies, I had no idea I was among one of our saviors. Not that I was doubtful before, but I suddenly feel much better about our chances of success. Come now, our destination is not far. Dude, Preesh just keeps following me around, and it's... This is what remains of Sigurthe the Open-Armed. The damage is unlike anything I have ever seen. Even our histories contain few stories of such destruction. That structure at the far end is the breathless altar where the ritual was performed. Although to see it now, one could hardly guess what purpose it served. You feel that? Something beyond the usual chills in the air. A bunny! I feel like I fucked up. They left, thank goodness. To think they would be so bold. You've seen now the frenzy which grips them. Yet they looked almost frightened by you. Have you encountered the spirits before? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, wait, no. You bested them during the feat of proof. Well, I should expect no less from one who defeated a Thrall Bidral. If you are even half as good at crafting as you are at fighting, I believe we're in good hands. Yet, if the spirits are felled, they will be born again when next the snow falls, and they will rage. The pact is the only way we can set things to rights, yet even if the altar were whole, there are none left who know how the ritual was conducted. Thorgor was the final caretaker remaining, and a dear friend of mine. However, before the avalanche buried all this, her body was lost in a tragic accident. What little I know of the pact I learned from her, never encouraged her to speak more of the sacred practice, but now I wish I had. Now, I must make up for my lack of curiosity. I will learn how to appease the spirits in Darth Thorgor's stead. For many years, she was Urkapatra's silent guardian, and I shall take up the mantle she left behind. Now that you have seen the scale of the undertaking before you, I ask you once more, will you join me in rebuilding the Sigurthe the Open-Armed? Count me in. Thank you. You've given me hope in these dark times. Before we get started on the altar proper, we should first restore the building where Lord Thorgor lived, so we might have shelter. It was fittingly called Warmth, and she launched there with the other caretakers. It should make the perfect base from which to conduct our restoration. Now, rest assured, I do not intend for us to shoulder this burden. We would do well to recruit a few more pairs of helping hands. I suppose that will be my first request. Please ask around Walrus Echo for anyone willing to lend their aid. I'll make what preparations I can for the work ahead. Oh, they are still here. Oh, maybe there is an instance of them everywhere. Big dragon. Okay, we have to talk to a bunch of people. This probably opens our thing and we can do that later. Avalanche caused that damage, I see. I see. You know, I spoke with Dark Torgar once, some years ago now. She said she lived alone in the mountains and was the sole keeper of an altar up there. Despite her solitary life, she seemed a bright and kind soul. Saddened to hear her body was lost when she suffered that terrible fall, I always hoped she would visit again and tell me more about her unique experiences. Although I only met her the one time, I will not soon forget Darth Thorgor. To honor her memory, I pledge my aid in Sigurd the Open Arms reconstruction. My trade is carpentry, but I am ready and willing to help wherever it is needed. I shall speak with Farafar to see where I can be of use. So I assume that all of this will like lead to the thing opening, and then we can like piss off from there. It has been long since last we met. Well, it's been like a day. Come here with no place to trade, but the people seem unsettled somehow. Ah, the spirits. That explains why we were attacked by a group one snowy day not long ago. We greeted them kindly as usual, but we were assailed with icy magic without warning. I had no choice but to drive them back or risk no place life. But the incident has been troubling me ever since. They are our neighbors here in Arcopatra after all, and we have lived in harmony for so long. I think that's why you're recruiting others to your aid. Never change, do you? Always eager to help those in need. Unfortunately, the life of a merchant demands that we don't rest our feet for too long, but perhaps we can send others your way. Only the best, of course. We promise to share what you told us today with anyone whose ear we can bend. Now, let us be off. Spirits have been acting passing strange, it's true. Their usually harmless tricks have become malicious, with merchants and other innocents being attacked unprovoked. Usually they appear on snowy days and invite passers-by to frolic under the falling flakes. What could have gotten into them? Regardless, this problem affects all of us in Arcopacha. If repairing the altar will help, then my supply of masonry is at your disposal. Need help rebuilding Sigurthe the Open-Armed? I know the place. A group of Yokoi lived up there and looked after an altar, right? Quite the trek, as I recall. They would visit from time to time. I knew there weren't many of them left, but I hadn't heard the last of them had gone. Terrible news. If you're going to rebuild their legacy, you'll need brawn, and I have plenty of that to offer. Chicken. That was a cute dragon. You did well. I think we have a dependable crew to get started with. Viorger here seems especially eager to pitch in. If I may, I can do much more than shovel snow and haul stones. I am willing to assist in planning the reconstruction from start to finish. With you in charge of the larger picture, I can assign people to work where it is needed most. Having overseen many projects of this scale, I believe this to be the surest path to completion. You would do all that? Then I'll be grateful to accept your help. You're most welcome to it. Now, before we get started, do you happen to know where Dartorgo's living what the fuck is that? Upon it must be engraved stories of her life and work. It may shed some light on the mysteries of house spirits, of the snow spirits, and the pact itself. It was likely erected near the altar. But if so, then it too may have been buried in the avalanche. I see. Well then, since the snow must be cleared away anyways, we can search for the sepulchre in the meantime. We'll find it, I'm certain. Those are those memory rocks, I believe. Oh, there you are. You're the ones rebuilding the altar, right? Nobly told me you needed more help. Saw how fearless he wheeled and dealt with Wogger. I knew I had to become his pupil and trained, so here I am. Consider me Nobly's eyes and ears. If you need someone to make deals with other merchants or procure supplies, then leave it to me. No, Nopley's been making a name for himself as of late. If he vouches for you, then welcome aboard. This project is off to a better start than I ever imagined. We have all the help we need and then some, so now is as good a time as any for the hands of Sigurd to rebuild warmth. Speak to me when you're ready to use those expert skills I recruited you for. Now, first things first, restoration of our soon-to-be living quarters. Heavy lifting and the building can be left to Yokoi, while you craft the supplies we need for some of the finishing touches. If we are to live among these frozen peaks, we require flooring, which will insulate us from the cold. The space is large, so we need a few boxes worth. Can I count on you for that? Here should be everything you require for the task, but if by chance you run out, or Furtar will provide you with more. While you do that, I shall assign tasks to the others. Let's get to work. Is that... the fuck is this then? Society? Yokoi. Yeah. Warmth repair. I need to actually do these quests at some point. Oh. Wait, hold. Look at how few actions I actually have. Veneration. I don't. Do I not have the... Oof, okay. I'm having some heckin' luck here, dude. Oh, wait, we need how goes the crafting? I made things. So your skills were no mere boast. Excellent work. Now, thanks to you, Warmth will be a place worthy of its name. Please feel free to rest a while. We will take it from here. Oh, damn. We made big house. Everyone works so eagerly as if they have forgotten entirely the biting cold without. The sight truly speaks to the quality of your contribution. The road ahead of us is long, but I'm glad we've taken our first step upon it together. I hope you will continue to lend us your expertise. Watching Dartorgor, I promise you that soon the spirits and Yokoi will live in peaceful harmony once again. The collapsed living quarters have been repaired, marking the beginning of Sigurthe the Open-Armed's restoration. Yet the snow spirits must still be appeased. Only by continuing their work can Farfar and aircrafters quell the spirit's rage and bring peace to the mountains. Reputation increased to friendly. You now purchase wares from Rockhorgor. Moreover, you may use mounts within the open arms. Okay, this is a different marker, and it is board exchange. What do we get from here? Nothing for now. I have 634 greens. Okay. I definitely don't need more of them then. Okay, I will consider this done with our quests. Getting to Beast Tribe unlock, I count that finished. Because Beast Tribe is a multi-month project. Yeah, I still have stuff back. Oh, actually, I'm done with some of them. Realm Reborn. I am so far away from, like, being done with these. I have them all unlocked because I needed their stores for different things. But, like, I've been working on this forever. And you get like 6 and I believe it's like 3 and 3 or 3 and 6 points per quest allowance. So it just takes forever. These I've done. You've seen the gear. The Kojin I intended to finish because I want the mount. I don't know what I get from the Ananta, so I've just been doing that. The Shadowbringers ones I'm done with. That's where you get the tank and I don't know, some stuff. Endwalker, I've just like barely started. The Arca Sodara I made progress to because I was doing these and these. So I just kind of put whatever was left in this. And then when we did the remaining side quests, that just unlocked these. And then we have the Yokoi done. Well, not done, but unlocked. So that means that I need to figure out where we go next. I think Ikbrush is our next stop. It's Ikbrush, then Momok. Am I missing an area? Have I skipped an area? Toyol, blah blah, Kozamaka. Watching Pelo, we've done that. Kozamaka South. Many Fires, Earth and Shire, and Warlord's Echo. That's correct. The next fax machine we get is Ikbrush. And then Mamuk. And then... oh, and then we go to Shaloni. Shaloni. I don't know. And then from there we go to Heritage Found. And then I think... I think I want to do Solution 9 last. So we do Heritage Found, and then we skip Solution 9. And we go to Living Memory. And then from Living Memory we go back to Solution 9 and we finish up Solution 9. Yeah, so Ikbrush next. No. Can we make it to Ikbrush from here? Can we make it to Ikbrush? From here? Yes, we can. So, Urkopatra. From Urkopatra. We are traveling, dude. That is one of the things I like really enjoy about this game, is that it's so well interconnected that you can actually travel from place to place. And it isn't weird. Like, sure, sometimes you have to go back to Toliolal to do some stuff. I don't want to do that yet. I also don't want to do these yet. This is the corn servant. I don't know what this is. These are the leveling quests. Oh, actually, a thing I want to do while I'm here is I want to reset my retainers. Because I can do that, like, just down here. And then from here we can use our fax machine to get to the dirigible landing. And then we can take the dirigible to Yoctel. And from Yoctel landing we can go just down the road to... See? This is what I mean. Why isn't Solution 9 like this? Because, like, people won't just vibe in Solution 9 regardless of if they can market word or not. Am I being contested on the market board? Brother, fuck you. Do you just hate money? What I should have done if I had the money for it was I should have just bought all of them and put them up for sale for like 35k. I'd make up the difference. I don't, dude, I don't like that. I also don't like that you can't be logged into the companion app and the game at the same time. That is something they should really fix. I know it's not the point that you should be like, the companion app is for when you're away. I forgot that I had a note here. I get that, but also fucking just make it convenient, no? You have a convenience tool, why can I only use it when I'm out grocery shopping? Another maid. Cute. Hello, I want to go to Yapping. Okay, what is our quest situation? They. Okay, so we're 100% gonna focus on up top first, and then do the bottom one after. I need a level. Can I have level? Someone's made the mistake of a forgetful apprentice. You there, keen to do a good deed? I need to get the delivery done to one of my apprentices, and none of my own are free to handle the task. We maintain the dirigibles in these parts, but my crew is also in charge of making sure the watchtowers are in top shape. Since the Great Storm, we've had to take special care to ensure they stay upright. I asked one of my new recruits to do around the towers, but he forgot to take his damn supplies. Hasn't been the first time either. Anyway, there are 3 towers spread across Utomu Horizon, and doubtless the land is near one of them. It'll be a bit of a trek, but who doesn't like a bit of fresh air, eh? Fair. So, where are we going? We're going down and to the right. There's a rat. I think they're technically sugar gliders. But it's some kind of rodent. Isn't a soul to be seen, but the dirt nearby has been recently disturbed. You know, it's probably faster to just whee. Absent-minded engineer. You're looking for someone from the dirigible crew? I'm someone from the dirigible crew, as luck would have it. Do you need something from me? Surprise from the old man. Damn, I forgot them again. Haven't had reason to use them yet, so I didn't even notice they were missing. Thank you for coming all the way out here. Don't have any coin to give you, but I know a few things an outsider wouldn't. For instance, the tower is called the Night Stalker's Shadow, and was built so we could keep an eye on the Momuldra in the valley below. It used to be garrisoned by warriors, but these days hunters use it to get a lay of the land and sight potential prey. But I don't care about all that, I'm just here for the view. I joined the dirigible crew in the first place so I could spend my days under open sky. And coming to this tower is always the high point of my day. That being said, I still have to do my work if I want to stay on Trash Ogal's good side, especially after forgetting those supplies again. I won't return until this tower's as good as new. It'll make the view all the sweeter. I like this. I like these places. Also, I know it's controversial, but I really appreciate how much effort they put into making this world feel alive. There's so much community lore and everything. There you are. Hope you didn't have to go from one end of the horizon to the other in your search. He's a good lad, but I always say he doesn't need to ride the dirigible on account of his head already being in the clouds. But when he can focus, his work is solid, and I can't deny he loves the dirigibles as much as any of us. Even has the potential to take over for me in time if he can stop being so careless. But enough about that. I am sure you're eager for your reward, eh? Take this, and if you ever want to behold the forest in all its beauty, you're welcome to take a voyage into the skies. Fucking finally. Airsick Pelly. Needs someone to walk where he cannot. You there, I have work for you. If you'll take it, I'll pay, of course, quite well. I need you to collect 2 samples, equipment from Ilik the Fanged Foundry, and fabric from Bol In at Ikbrash. I can't go myself, as you can see, the damned dirigible shook like a bucking alpaca with every gust of wind. One step and I'm... Dude, that's a heckin' chonker of a fish, dude. What is the unlock we have here? Hunting for the family. I can fly, so it's like nothing. Just see if it states. No. Um, I'm gonna assume that I have to go back. So I will get the furthest away one first. You're here in that merchant's stead? Well, it's all the same to me. So go ahead and take this equipment modeled after that used by the Lands Guard. I reckon it'll suffice for his samples. And you tell him something for me. Tell him that he's ordering too much. This place wasn't intended to make more than is needed by the Ikbrash. That being said, I'm confident that what I'm giving him is of the highest quality. Well, go on then. And don't you forget to deliver my message. I think we're gonna finish this and then we're gonna take a little break. You're here on behalf of the merchant. He wanted fabric samples, if I recall. I have them ready so you can deliver them to him directly. Also, be sure to pass on my apologies that I could not meet the vast quantity requested. We are self-sufficient people, you see, and do not produce goods with a mind to sell them en masse. Still, I hope that what we've provided meets his satisfaction. Be well. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get the levels necessary or not this time. Hello. Oh, there you are. I'm feeling much better in case you were wondering. So, did you bring the samples? I'll have you know, I intend to count every last one of them. Of course you do. Beautiful. Thank you for helping this deal go smoothly. As for the quantities, well, it's unfortunate, but I'll take what I can. I do still intend to count them, so you can be sure. Goods from Ikbrash are usually acquired through negotiations with Shbral. I think it's Shbral. I don't currently remember, but I think so because it's Brash. We can only purchase small amounts, and they're usually brought all the way from the village. Their equipment is sturdy and reliable enough for hunters and soldiers alike, and their fabrics are light, breathable, and stylish. Any tribe would buy these, and in amounts approaching quadruple digits. So that's why I added a few more zeros to my order number this time. Alas, it seems I'll have to revisit my plans for mass production after I return to tell you all. Speaking of which, there is still time until the dirigible departs. I suppose I should take a walk over solid ground while I can and try not to think of my return voyage. Once again, thank you for aiding in a profitable deal. Not as profitable as I had hoped, mind you, but you still deserve this for your efforts. Hey! So, Reminders of the Past, I think, is like further down the side quest path. I forgot to keep track of the order of side quest unlocks, and I'll be completely honest, I'm not about to start now. But I think that I'm going to take a short break here, and then from here we can do... Brother, they're here too. Huh? Exactly the people who aren't Tiger Fangs. I believe selling them is quite lucrative. What? Brother, I need you to reset. Was this far enough away to like restart them? What they were used for, I haven't the foggiest. Yeah, so we will have a bunch of quests here. This will be a chain that unlocks something. And these are normal quests for anyone who is unfamiliar. I think we're all pretty much familiar with how this works. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get up, move around a little. We're going to start here. And we're just going to work our way through the yellow quests on this side first. We're going to do these in some order. Then we're going to go do this one and then this one. And then we'll leave this for last because I don't know how long the train is. So yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit. Behave. Hello. No. I skipped the mons today. I have really been feeling this game lately. Got cooked by number 3 on the ladder. I am sorry. But on the other hand, you get to play better players, so you know, it's not all bad. Dude, I saw Wolfie is running a fucking gimmick team and is leading. I lost 2 in a row as a break time, that's fair. True. I wonder, like, how important people like Wolfie and stuff like the Oko podcast and like new experiences like Fusely and everything is to like making sure that VGC continues to like get new players. I understand that like Wolfie is very impactful, because like if you look at his videos, he has made a living out of turning tournament placements into like major stories. I just wish we had some like type of number to put into perspective. Dude, I have a theory that TBC fucked up. I like firmly believe that they messed up. I don't think they are prepared for the scale of VGC evolution. Not even servers, dude. Look at the last few tournament events. There's been like 1,400 seats and they've sold out in less than a minute. They are so wholly unequipped for the project ahead of them. And I don't know if they can fix it in time. That is my problem. Or like, that is the problem that I see in this. Yeah, but it's getting bigger and bigger in at a scale that isn't sustainable if you can't grow the locations. Yeah, but they're still capped at like 12 to 1500 players. There's gonna come some like fucking bracket demons out of mobile that have never played Pokemon before, and there's gonna be a lot of them. And there's gonna be no room for them at tournaments. Maybe they need a rating requirement. Yeah, see, but that is also like driving away people who want to come and compete and hang out and have a good time. It's a lose-lose situation. They scaled the player base without scaling the number of players who can attend. The warm-up challenge had over 700,000 participants. I understand that some of that is new game hype and whatever. 700,000 players. You say, but it's also spread worldwide. Like Pokemon hasn't been like a giant social giant cultural phenomenon for like the past 30 years. LAN events, there need to be a rating requirement, even if it's just Master Volunteer. Maybe, but I think you're also gonna lose out on a lot of people that way. That I don't fully know how to put this into words, like the thoughts that I have. While maybe a rating requirement is a way to like get people out of the running for a seat, you don't want to do that. No, okay, sure. But like, what is little Jimmy supposed to do? Is he not allowed to enjoy his hobby? Because that's effectively what you're telling him. That is like the ask you're asking of the community. Just don't engage in your hobby, forehead. That is like, that is almost as dumb as saying that you don't make enough money, so you're a grade schooler, you don't make enough money, you don't get to participate in society. You have to stay inside forever. And they do. There are side events at tournaments. But the thing is that there is not enough room at the tournaments. Like, the venues are too small. It's not even a question of should this player or that player have priority. It's venues are too small. And I don't think I don't think they were prepared for that. Because it's been a very gradual growth, right? From 2016 onward. The curve is like the curve is a straight diagonal line. Up until like the last year, where like the thing goes there's so many cool things happening within Pokemon that are dragging people into competitive, and it's making it impossible to wait, can I just skip? No. It's making it impossible to like get enough contenders or like get enough competitor passes, because like there isn't room. That is like the big problem that like no one is talking about. There just isn't room. Of course, a bunch of the problems are you can say that like, oh yeah, just move the venues or whatever. But like venues are bought so far ahead of time that we probably won't see a venue upgrade until it's too late. I think that one of the first places we'll probably see venue upgrades will be like EUIC. Next year they will probably be able to get like another hall, because they're probably in it for that venue. They're probably contractually in it for like another 2 or 3 years. And as far as I know, they're not using the entire XL venue. But like it's not even like a ratings thing, because if you go solely by like the in-game ladder, there will be fiends there that are like true ladder fiends. that won't perform in person, and you will have people who will perform in person who are like the stuck Great Ball 2. Because like the in-game pressure is not something they deal very well with, but they vibe well with the physical. So like you will have extremes on either side, so that isn't like the best way to do it either. Also, you want like, if you want VGC to grow as like a company, you want there to be, obviously you want there to be more players than there is spots, but you want there to be more players than there is spots at a certain percentage. You don't want it to be like now where there's like 10,000 people complaining on every social that, oh, I didn't get in. Like take TCG for instance. TCG has like what, 3x the venue capacity, or like the not the venue capacity even, the player capacity. So not only do they take up a disproportionate amount of space compared to VGC, as far as like passes go, but they also take up more physical space because it's a physical game. And I don't think they're prepared for this. I don't think they were. I don't think they were ready for it. The scale. Alright, let's do some side quests. We're getting gear now. That's nice. We might have to pop these. Concerned villager anxiously awaits the return of a friend. Oh, hello. You look like you can handle yourself. Please, if you can spare a moment, I desperately need your help. You see, one of my friends said he was going to finish in... He was going fishing in a cenote. But hasn't come back for some time. While the right setup can be quite bountiful, they naturally attract all sorts of hungry beasts. I'm worried something terrible has happened. I don't know which one he went to, but I'll ask that you search Ikrosh Sony to the east of the dirigible landing. I have another one in mind myself. Hopefully he'll be at one of them. But yeah, I do, like, I don't know if anyone is here listening to my ramblings, but I do worry that um, what TPC did was make an impossible situation for them, and VGC might, it might not collapse. Is this the healing tether? No. Dude, I don't know what my buttons do. If I'm being completely honest, I never read on any of these. Owe you my life, although I guess some of that debt is owed to my friend for sending such a strong fighter. Either way, we'd best leave before the scent of blood attracts even more creatures. Speak with me again at Ikbrash. To Ikbrash we go. Man, I love this game. Yeah, catch me if you can. Thank you for saving my friend. If you had arrived even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have happened. I'm sorry I caused all this fuss. I was just fantasizing about all the fish I'd bring home, and forgot there's a reason they call that the Crimson Senate. I suppose you might not have heard the legends behind that name, eh, Traveler? They're grim, and make no mistake. It's said that during the war with the Mamojo, the Senate used to be a burial place for our fallen. There are also stories of desperate people diving in to avoid capture by the enemy. In both cases, the monstrous fish in Ikrash solely feasted, and its waters would be stained red. Sometimes it's easy to forget the lessons our stories teach us, but there is a reason why they persist. I won't go fishing again without proper escort. You have my word on that. Rob. Also, chat, if I don't give in and get 11, I might bonus stream tomorrow. Just sit down and read some quests and chill. grizzled hunter seeks a stout arm to help teach a lasting lesson. It is not man, for it blesses me. For I need a mighty warrior to help keep my recruits sharp, and who better to do that than one of the Third Promise's retinue? Their training's due to start in Shmun 100 to the south. If you're ready and willing to show off your skills to a few eager students, we'll be awaiting you there. Okie doke. Welcome. It's good you came. I was beginning to worry that the Schlatts would become bored. And bored prey makes for boring sport. Is that surprise I sense? What else did you expect? Some in the Red River of Brosh trained the beasts for our namesakes to fight alongside them. Me for one. Now, go on. Show these kittens what a real fighter is made of. I don't expect any quarter from you. Bop, bop, bop. Wait. Can I summon my chicken? I mean, kitty cats, because they're in my way. Oh, brother, hello. He 100% asked for it. Did you do the art? Did you finish your art? No. Okay, how was I supposed to know that? I'm just guessing, dude. Oh, they last longer than I expected, at least. Nothing better teacher. Nothing's a better teacher than bitter defeat, eh? I'll mend their hurts later, don't worry. The only lasting wounds will be to their ego. Damn, donut milkshake. Occasionally you say some things that are like terrifyingly American. Like a fucking donut milkshake. What do you mean? Sat down to art, and here I am. And you're reaching around my tablet to buy. That is awful. I just imagine you fucking. Just like the widest stance possible to be able to reach around giant drawing tablet. There you are. Thank you for giving me a bit of your time today. Techniques we use to tame the forest's beasts have been passed down through generations among the Shabral. You can imagine they were of great use to us during our war with the Moldra. Even during these peaceful times, having... Wait, did I put my phone somewhere smart? Fuck. Oh well. Even during these peaceful times, having a few animals at our beck and call makes our daily hunting all the easier. Of course, we don't need as many as before, so many of our companions were released back into the wilds. Dude, question for all the chats. How long did it take you to realize that it's our beck and call? Yes, I didn't know that. And it's glorious. Even so, I can't let the knowledge of my forebears die with me. In quiet times as well, I must sharpen their fangs. That being said, my brush seem less and less keen to face intelligent foes, but I'm content just have them hunt by my side. I may have tamed them, but that doesn't change their nature. I reckon we all learned something from you today, even me. You deserve this reward for helping me keep my own fangs keen. Stuff. Like way back when the FC house was in the house that I now own, we used to have a photo booth. What in the fuck? We used to like have a photo area. We had two of them that made it so one was like so you could place your camera in one of the aquariums, and one was for something else. I don't remember what it was. All has an infestation on his hands. Okay. You're one of Wolfamot's companions, aren't you? Stance of arm, fierce of man. Yes. I think you might be just the person I'm looking for to take care of a little pest problem. Since the storm raged through these parts, we've seen a marked increase in the number of ill-tempered mantises. If left unchecked, they could prove a threat to the forest's natural balance. Normally, I'd send a group of our own to take care of them, but we're short-handed at the moment. I reckon you could do the culling of a pair of hunters, though. So I'll ask you to rid us of two of these nuisances. You can find them to the south of our village, and good luck, though I doubt you'll need it. Oh, it's like, it was really south. Damn. I don't know where I put my phone, so I can't look at your... Wait. Ah, it doesn't load. Fine, I'll go do the thing. I'll swap over. Okay, that isn't actually as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I hate that keyboard of yours. Actually. But I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. And that's all that really matters. That looks so uncomfortable, though. Oh my days. Oh, you're in your cute little house. We need to... I desperately need to fix that. I feel bad for leaving it, like, so half done. It is so incredibly half-baked. I actually feel bad. I also really want to get one of those Go XLR things. How's the software for that? Can you, like... Is it worth the, like, bajillion euros? Oh, this is where we're supposed to be. Also, does that, like, not hurt your hands? Like, being twisted, like, the wrong way? Hello. You're back and much quicker than I thought you'd be. You've made a difference today, even if you can't tell at a glance. Those things are ravenous and mindlessly engulf smaller prey that saith their bottomless hunger. Normally, larger animals would keep their numbers in check, but there are far fewer predators stalking the woods since the storm. This has given the mantises a chance to flourish, but at the expense of everything else. Of course, the natural inclination of living things is to reproduce, but nature rests on a delicate balance. Maintaining that balance is only one of a hunter's duties. Today you helped us restore a small bit of harmony to the forest, and I hope you gained a deeper understanding of our relationship to the land we call home. I'm honored to have worked with one of Vokalmat's own. Hopeful swimmer is searching for someone with lungs of legend. Okay. Did you come here to take a dip in the waters too? If you're as strong a swimmer as you look, there is something I'd like your help with. Oh yeah? What you see before you is a soling, or cenote, as they're more commonly known. And it's far more vast than it appears from the surface. I've even heard that some are connected by underwater tunnels. This one is called Talat Cenote, and stories say that long ago a swimmer with lungs like a fish made it all the way to a cenote to the northwest. But no one since has been able to swim that far. Apparently he left a sack of coin at the bottom of the cenote to mark his arrival. If you think you're his equal, maybe you could retrieve it. Been dying to know if the legend is true. Fucking put me in, coach. Brother, this place is huge. Oh, right. Waterlogged coin purse. Wait, what's up here though? Is there anything up here? It's just a hole in the ground. With big piles of nothing. That is, not gonna lie, that's a little disappointing. I was hoping there would be something up there. You're back. I tried to hold my breath until you returned, but that didn't last long. Anyway, did you find the coins? Yes. They were really there. So the two incentives were actually connected. Didn't actually go up to the surface. I did though. Looks like it. I think we should be able to bang out like one more quest. So we'll save the blue. So it's true, I tried swimming the tunnels myself once, but I had to turn back once I felt the water fill my lungs. Seeing you in action was truly inspiring. You know, I've even heard tell that some cenotes connect to the salt. Didn't believe it at first, but now it's not hard to imagine such a thing. Alright, my mind's made up. I'll be one of the first to reach the salt through cenote. Who's going to be brave enough to find the coins I leave behind, eh? these are usually long chains, so I don't plan on doing that one right now. I plan on doing this, and if I feel like it, after that we'll do this one too. Look. Son is missing an apprentice and needs you to go find him. Greetings, traveler. If you aren't in a hurry to get to your destination, I have a situation on my hands that I need some help resolving. One of my apprentices is away on a job, but they've been gone for longer than usual. He might just be taking his time with the task, but I'd like you to check on him just in case. As much as I'd like to go myself, I have to keep an eye over the foundry. Could you do this for me? I sent him to the western region, from Hodra, and assuming he's following my directions, you should be able to find him there. Okay. To this way. What do you want from me? What? Tom sent you? He shouldn't be surprised I've been gone so long. He's the one who gave me all this work. Can't even see the end of it. Say, maybe you can help me. I'm meant to spread this insect repellent around the trees. But if I did it myself, I'd be here till tomorrow. I'll take this area. Why don't you cover the trees to the southeast? I know you probably didn't come here to get your hands sticky, but I'm counting on you. I think this is going to be our last quest because I'm starting to get hungry. Destination. There we go. So if I'm feeling up for it tomorrow, I will hop on and do some more side questy bits. This went much faster with 2 pairs of hands, and I thank you. I'm done here, so I think we can safely say that the forest is safe from hungry pests. You might be wondering why blacksmiths would care about the health of trees, but you have to remember that weapons are made of more than just steel. Wood is a vital part of everyone, and the Fanged Foundry is in charge of all the green you see from one end of the Thomu horizon to the other. If we let the insects have their way, we wouldn't have a single usable haft or bow to our names. That is why an apprentice's most important duty is applying fresh coats of repellent from time to time. In your road, there's no more work to be done here, so I'd best get back to that reward. Be seeing you, traveler. There you are. My apprentice told me you helped him with his work. you didn't need to, but I thank you all the same. I suppose now you know why he was out there in the first place. Now, we don't delegate the task to apprentices because we think we're above it. Spending time among the materials they'll be using gives them the knowledge to choose the right ones for the job. This goes for wooden or both. That's why we do our work here in the midst of nature's bounty. Few artisans can boast of having such intimate knowledge of their materials as the Schlatts. That being said, perhaps I gave the lads too much to do this time around. Seems even I still have much to learn, eh? Now, go ahead and take this. A fair reward for fair work. Yo. I think 94 is probably enough gear. If I can get like a full set of 94 gear, we can use that until we get our artifact. Let's see, did I get screwed out of... He dropped me by like 15k too. It was like a significant amount. Which was really annoying, because if that player had just put themselves in range of me, we would have all won. Like, there was no reason to undercut me by that much. Okay. That's the... it's the blacksmith artifact gear. The artifact gear is like... is one of those weird things where it's like, it's mega cool, but... it's not that useful. Okay. I'm gonna head out. Let's see if we have chat. Like, tab the fucking... if you are doing other stuff, just Chantal's what now? Chantal is a recurring character in this. We've broken her free of something once, which was a really bad idea, by the way. Drop for Pokemon Champions detected. What? Oh, the Twitch Rivals thing. Oh well. Don't care. Didn't ask. Do we have friends? Do we watch Cole or do we watch Siron? I think Siron. He's on break so he can come back to like a newly rated channel. Anyway, I'll be back maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then on Monday. So, I'm gonna see you all then. Good luck. Bye-bye.